Hello, how is everybody? All good, I hope. Right, so more translation stuff today. Yay. Now, we've got a updated handbook from, forgot his name, something like that. Okay, assets master handbook. Right. Handbook creative. I guess we'll see how it goes. If not, then I'll just revert it. That's fine. Right, the master folder contains yeah. Yeah, so he's for some reason he's renamed the file. It should be called master language data, but he's renamed it to master.xml. It's also quite a lot smaller. Okay, so we do have a German. Okay, we're new to that one. Okay, we can delete that one. Let's also set the game to run in German, not French. Come on, Unity. No, it's still importing. Come on, faster. Hey, right. Wow, I opened up Visual Studio and it crashed immediately. Visual Studio crashes a lot. Right, there we go. Okay, so... Oh, that's... Let me close Unity and rerun that. Come on. Stop crashing. Okay, so we'll make sure that Visual Studio is dead. Yep, let's try again. Come on! Okay. See, part of the reason I had to stop using mono is it just kept crashing so much. Right, okay. Not quite sure what we're going to do about this. Right, okay. Dev Studio crashing Unity. See what we can get. Okay, users, local low, app data or roaming / Microsoft Visual Studio. Guess 15. Yeah, I reckon delete your cache folder. Let's have a look. Opportunity for human error. Oh, good morning, Tad. I didn't see you there. I was so busy swearing at one at a dev studio. Okay, it's still loading, so I guess we'll see in a sec. Yeah, wow. Right. Right click in the project. Well, I don't think we're going to get much translation done in a minute because Dev Studio won't stay open. I can't even close the document. It's. I doubt it's the X. I'm gonna blame the XML files. I don't know, but I'm going to. I'm just going to move all the language stuff out, just temporarily, just for a moment, and just see if I can load up Dev Studio with that file gone. Nope, still crashing, it's just not that. I didn't think it would be, but and I haven't changed anything, so I will delete those, that, these, that, those. Delete those parents. They're not supposed to be in the file. Okay, let's try opening that up. I'm forcing to recreate all the files, you say. Visual Studio has stopped working. Unity. I just like the way I don't get any errors. They're like nothing useful. It just goes, oh, there's an error. And that should never ever happen. The debugger might have a problem. The debugger should then have a wrap around it, going, oh, hold on, I've caught it. Like the most important and stable tool I need more than anything else is my debugger. No. Dollar temp dollar Service Hub logs. Ooh. Failed to process package dev file. Well, I've got errors. They don't seem like there should be fatal errors. It should just be oh well. Like, failed to process package definitions file. I assume that's what pukuk def means. Yeah, error or time initializing non-volatile package stuff. See, that looks like it could be to do with the... I don't know, that's interesting. I haven't opened that one today. Okay, so it's not crashing here. I wonder if I can check my license account settings. Okay, see, it's still loading. Top right, it's still loading the project. And then bang, it crashes. It's this shit. It's like, there's so much shit in here. Like, oh, why not back up and collaborate? Well, because like there's very little I can do. I mean, part of why oh wait, hang on, that doesn't look like it's VS Hub. Cool exception object. Well, trying to get session M property. Yes, it's something to do with connected users, online operations, sign-ins. But that's why I checked I was signed in. Alright, I'll try. Is it preferences? External tools. Let's try Visual Studio 2015. Having said that, I'm not entirely sure I was on 17 before, but 15 is fine for this one. I don't care. I mean, I use it so little, it really doesn't make any difference. Well, that's not crashing, so that's good. What was I doing again? Oh yes, I was going to turn French into German. Awaiting language, awaiting language, awaiting language. Okay, that's not working. Why not? Sets default slang. Language data German. Language is German. Language equals German. That's a UI label. Oh, I'm not running Steam, that's why. Überleben is survival. Really? Überleben? How does that translate to... to survive? Right. Okay, so... I say every time I come back to the game, I always just makes it amuse me how nice it looks. Like, it really has got so much better over the time. In my head, it still looks like the original FortressCraft, you see. Okay, we have lots of handbook issues, though. 300 of them, in fact. Let me guess. Default default handbook materials. Yeah, so I have to delete all of my handbook stuff because the naming convention is different. Lovely. Come on. bum, 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 bum. $25 errors, much better. Where's my little... Okay, there we go. Okay. No errors, though. The trick in translating German, you see, is to... Man, I don't understand a word of that. But yeah, there's errors in the translations, like there. You just paste that one. That's okay. As long as the new naming conventions work, I'll use the new naming conventions. That's not a problem. That's fine. I can't have you give me a mostly working new format handbook. But yeah, if you notice in the bottom left there, the slash ends aren't working. But yeah. Man, I hope this makes guess next thing I need to start doing is hooking up those missions. What I'm basically doing is well, just sort of working my way through. Thank you, Wade. I appreciate the support. I mean, I said even if I finish everything today, the poor translators have really realised how much of a nightmare this is. That's not right. That's definitely not right. I am shit. Did I delete it? No, right. It's in a different folder. Ah, right. Yeah, it's because. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to delete that one but it's okay, I've got a backup, that's fine, and then we're going to go to this one. Okay, one thing I want to fix is and DLC ownership dot has patron equals false. Where is it? Oh, no, not current patch notes. Help, my FCE is forever loading. How do I fix it? Okay, patrons will no longer be bugged to purchase factory expansion. Right, so what I need to do here is fix all. Oh god, I mean it's 200 calls or something. Persistent settings dot get string. Multiply by a million. Ba-ba-da-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba. Persistent settings dot get string. Oh my god, this is going to take shit. I've got the mission pop-ups to do as well. Let's make a comment for that one. Loading hints. Tutorial pop-ups. XML new, oopsie, XML new line. What is that? Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, this is going to take me like the whole day of just sitting here, just. I really regret not doing this a long time ago, though. Feel free to tell me stories while I grind my way through this tedium. The bright side, I am looking forward to doing more tactics forever. So I wonder if Andy actually got that done. Let me have a quick check. Alright, and it has not done anything on that yet. No, do not want Class U team no, it's taking me more space. Yeah, I'd like to do more stuff with Sam. Yeah, I just... Once I'm over this hump, I suspect I'll have a lot more enthusiasm to do things. And this is just not fun. And... Just you know, not just not a bit fun. Really, really, really horribly boring and tedious. See, the hard part about this is it's not very hard what I'm doing. As you can see, it's not hard. It's just copy, paste, copy, paste. The hard part, really, this is kind of why I've not been streaming, is I have to keep quite a lot in my sort of my mental stack. Excuse me. So it's quite hard to sort of get string. It's quite hard to keep my sort of mental stack of what's going on. Let's have a quick look at the stock page. But yeah, I've got to keep so much in my brain about what I've done, what I've not done, what's working, what's not working, how far I've got. It means it's quite hard to sort of chat. It's not like I'm doing something that's just straightforward in it. It's just most things I do, I just sit down and I do them. They just kind of roll off my fingers without having to think. Whereas this is much more stack up 20 things in my brain and then go, that one's done, that one's done, oh, we need to do that one. That makes sense. Makes sense in my mind anyway. But I've got coffee, so that's all good. I think at least with these ones I can probably yeah, should be alright. I should be able to just take those strings and then just think they're all the same. Yeah, Tad, I don't know why. I mean, that shouldn't be the case. I mean, the fluid takes part another thread, and it just acts like a build. It just shouldn't happen. I don't know why you seem to have such problems. I think it works fine in a default world, but if you've got a world with, example, loads of BFLs or something, then you've got the problem that they're already stacking up continual build orders, and the game can only do one object at a time. You can't do multiple objects simultaneously, so if you've got too much stacked up for it to do, it will take a whole bunch of work. That's my guess anyway. I haven't looked at it in a while. Anyway, so I think I can just do so that should be 16, 8. Gold. 10, 10, 8, 8, 12, 12, 16, 16. And this should be extract and refined biomass. Extract crystal ore. Yeah, no, it's I mean, you just shouldn't run out of build orders. Actually, let me just have just a quick check, just to refresh my memory, because I believe in the fluid tick, if it tries to queue up an order, yeah, if build order's full, it just goes, nope, let's stop. So you can't, it should just basically fill up in and then just stop. Like the fluid will just freeze when it's out of build orders until the build orders come back up. And it will only do 500 a tick. Maybe I have to reduce that. Make a note. I've lost it. There it is. Yeah, but you should get one message, but then it should wait. Fluid now capped at 250 blocks. Take down from 500 to attempt to keep build orders clear. What it should probably do is, if the build orders is full, actually that said, we break. That should be a return. That'd be why. Basically, it stopped trying to push orders in, but it meant that if it had like 50 things to do, it would then print this message out 49 times. That should be fixed now. Well, that's that. Improved slightly. But yeah, it's the log spam that's killing it, because it's supposed to print out one log error going, watch out, we're out, and then go around. But yeah, that should probably fix it. Output. Yeah, he's cute when he's asleep. I don't know where my ticker's gone quick, but I have no idea what that's about. There we go. At 5 point. Now I've not done that one. There's a few I've just not touched. And then just no bars, yeah. No, I don't want that one either. So there's a few I just have not touched. That one. Wait, I'll go back and do those once I've done like the... no, not really full. They're beyond there. They're not that simple. Right, these have got like all colons and stuff missing. But yeah, it is painful. It is painful. How am I putting it off? By the time I'd written a system to genericize doing it, it'd be done, and it doesn't need to be repeated ever again. And not really. I mean, it's just finding all of the. Oops. I can't really even imagine how I would begin to automate this. But it needs to be done once. Oh, did I not do that one? Really? Mission. Why? Loading there. Wait, hold on. Why are these here twice? Mission, rush mode. Why are the missions here twice? What have you done? So I aren't doing anything cool. I'm supporting foreign languages. Yeah, these strings appear twice. Mission open handbook. Oh, sorry, mission. Yeah, how is that handed up? I'll delete everything down here because I'm assuming these are just duplicates. At least once this is done, it does become very easy for people to add new languages in. Like very, very straightforward. All you need to do is edit a few XML files. There's no complexity. It's just grunt work. That's good. I am gonna be banging on to my publisher, going, right, how do we get this into China? How do we get this into Russia? You know, I don't know if they do much international stuff, but like Russian YouTubers have not. There's been a few, but will want to play this game because or at least they're more likely to, I guess, rather than want to. So yes. But yeah, Fjolnir. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but to me, your name is Fjolnir Dvorak, which I think is Dvorak. I think her name is Fjolnir Dvorak. I'm English, we don't say things like that. Yeah, obviously you'll get back the updated master language data XML file today in the build. We'll do a build, promise. Build or extractors. But like, if you notice, see how the mission system is very clever. If you've got less than 3 ore extractors, it says build ore extractor. If you've got more, then it says build more ore extractors. It's all quite subtle and well written. But yeah, I am absolutely going to make sure that my publisher does as much as we can to let other territories know this game exists in their language now. And I have a horrible feeling that they don't have any current support for it. Like, I don't think they do much in foreign languages, in which case I'm going to need to say, what are you doing? You know, how are you going to grow as a company to help support what this game needs? First of all, though, we need to get the translation support working. I did say the next patch would be in about 2 weeks. I don't know what I'm going to make here or not, but I guess we'll find out as we go along. If not Unity Editor. That is my slight worry, is they won't do anything, but I'm going to do my best to make sure all this effort's not for away. I mean, this has been a huge amount of effort as well. Oh my god, not months. So I won't be happy if they just sort of go, well, let's hope people write about it, because let's assume they won't. Because they probably won't. But there's a few missions I just don't have any. I won't have support for. I need to get the things. Yes, but my other games are much simpler, much easier, and nearly all of the games I have got sorted out. I have translation support into the beginning, and that's the important bit. Oh, get string. And the fun bit, you say, will come when we're... I'll just pop the Steam back in a moment. What's it? 24029. I've forgotten FortressCraft number. I really wish I could say no thank you, Avast. Yeah, because I will need to where's the languages support? No. Maybe it's the other one. Maybe it's the... Oh god, it's here somewhere. Alarm. I don't know what you mean by alarm system fixes. I'm doing missions at the moment. Interesting, just looking at our conversion ratio for our visibility rounds. Wait, what? Yeah, we haven't had a round in a year. I'm trying to work out where we actually do... Items display their key in their stat. Item descriptions display their key in their start. What? It's the other one. See, there's 2 pages. I don't know why, but I have to go to... It's the apps. Bills. Application. DRM community. Oh God, Valve, why is it so horrible? Shalka, that's your responsibility as the person doing it, is to try and show that. You don't have to, but if you don't, people might not know how to open it. That's kind of why we do it. I can't work out where we set what languages the game is supported in. Support operating systems. Not me those. Built, no. Installation general. No. DRM, don't think so. Yeah, I don't think it's here. I think it's in the other one. One I can't find. Translation. That's all. Wow. Remember doing Finnish. I assume he's Finnish. It wouldn't make much sense for me to try and force him to do, say, Spanish, would it? At Zothan. I doubt people get notifications on this. Chaos Legion. Were you in hash translation? The settings on this account do not allow you to add comments. Do you mean I need to hit login again? Yeah, thanks, Valve. There we go. Yeah. Right. I'm just going to pop and grab myself a coffee, and then we'll carry on. So yeah, that's what I will need to be ticking for all the interface, and then we need to do all the store pages, and oh God. Well, I'd like to ship it with German, and then anything else that sort of comes along, but definitely ship it with German. That kind of shows that's done. Also, German is our most popular language. So, back in a mo. so humid in here. Alright, I have coffee. In a master file there is a speed, which contains a speed, but translating it makes an error. Well, then you've messed up translation. You can have anything you like into here, blah, 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 and it will work. It doesn't care. Deadline for translation? Well, there isn't one really. Once the patch is shipped, once I've got all the support in, once all the menus are fixed, once everything is working, I can do daily patches. I've done daily patches before. I can't do daily patches right now because the game's broken. So it means I could ship the game with partial support and then just update it every day. I'm sure we'll get a whole bunch of feedback. I'm sure there'll be a whole bunch of people in the forums going, "Oh, that's not right. Oh, you can't do this. You can't do that. This isn't right." And then we'll have to sort of deal with those as we come through. I've got a program that will translate XML files automatically via Google. I have a horrible feeling I'll be doing that for like Russian and Chinese, and then finding people who speak Russian Chinese to go, no, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. That's the thing. I mean, as far as I'm aware, Chinese is more of an alphabet. Like simplified Chinese is more of an alphabet than a language as well. Like you can have different languages in Chinese. Oh shit. Yikes. That's because I actually refer to these by key. The string doesn't matter what it is. Schalke. The string is speed lowercase. I think. I don't really know where it's used. It's to do with... No, that's lift, extractor, drill motor speed. Yeah, so it should say 1x speed. Or 2x speed or whatever. Yeah, so it's like 35x speed. No, because... It's no, the key is uppercase. I cannot search stuff inside here, unless I've got something else called speed, of course. No. I can't search strings. It can't do that. That's the key, and that's the... Yeah, it doesn't work like that. Are you telling me if I change that to, like, speed boobs or something, it just stops working? It complains it can't find the lowercase key. I would suspect this is more due to an earlier error, to be honest. there's another error in the XML file, meaning it's not loading properly, is more likely, I think. But it doesn't work on the basis of how can I put this? It just basically goes, oh, here's something called speed, capital S. That is case sensitive. And that might be where you've got a problem if you change that. Oh wait, hold on. I'm querying this to the lowercase. There we go. That's why. That's what it is. Yeah. Let's fix the code. That's what it is. What I should probably do is okay. Plus L string, but failed. However, we located. Yeah, that should give you a better error in future. Instead of just going can't find it, go I can't find it, but I can find one with the wrong casing. So that's what it is. Yeah, totally my fault, obviously. Let's just check. If it contains the lower version, and it'd be nice when I get to the point where I can start making builds that aren't just for us. I mean, there's still a lot of UI I'm not that confident works yet. So this is something that we need to sort of go through as we tidy up stuff. I'm worrying about looking up into the handbook because if it's broken again, I might have to kill myself. But yeah, I fixed it by searching for the other capitalization rather than changing the XML. Right. I'm not typing C. Some parts I don't know what paging issues mean. Oh, Well, yes, but you have to roll it over to the next page. That's your responsibility as the person editing it. If you're editing it into a language that's very long, like say Finnish, that's your responsibility. You'll have to repaginate. I'm not doing that. I can't do it automatically. God, I'm writing a game here, yeah, not a text rendering system. Critical research suit upgrades. That's what you'll have to do. I mean, that's. It could be done procedurally, but that means I'm not. It's, how can I put it? If I'm doing it procedurally, it's not going to be nice. It's just going to brutally clamp it off at some point, rather than doing it so each page starts with a fresh, sensible sort of thing. Well, if the XML extraction process doesn't work for certain things, then you can't use it for those things. I remember I did write them all initially by hand. It's quite important to remember, obviously. It's a pain, and it's not very fun, but that's how it was done. I think the title text stuff's been done. I think that's what Fjolnir fixed. Oh, okay. Well, once I've got something, I mean, I can look at it, but at the moment, I'm just still. You can't pile more issues onto me because I can't already deal with all the issues I've got. Yeah, but I mean, at the minute, I'm see that little marker there? That's how far I am through. I'm about halfway through the mission system. Once that's done, I've ironed out those issues. Then I need to do the other missions that I've missed. Then I can perhaps thinking about, like, anything else. I realised that I haven't got these. But I have the problem if you just, not you, but if say people just keep telling me things, my brain is only so big. I only fit so many things in it at once. And if people's just going, hey, look at this, fix this, I'm like, I fixed the speed issue. Automation. Well, if you can let me finish all the missions first, though. Because if you have any complaints about missions right now, tough, because they've never worked. Like, I'm literally hooking them up now. I'm just idly, while I've got a little bit of my brain free, though, just idly wondering about sequels. Like, if I did a sequel, even if it didn't sell that well, I don't have to share it with anyone. Um, Yeah, I'm afraid, Shark, the best we might be able to do, though, is I can't implement compound words. I can't implement sort of a negative space to do that. English is the most important, by far. English has to work. I would love all the other languages to work brilliantly, but I'm afraid that's not necessarily possible. But yeah, that's when you're getting into the realms of some sort of actual string builder built into the... We don't have that. And again, if I had done this from scratch, I'd have done it differently. I totally wouldn't have done it like this. But this game was started, what, 5 years ago or something? I didn't know I started working on it now. So, yeah. It is possible to have procedurally and dynamically concatenated strings. The problem is, the moment you do that, right now, okay, anyone can translate this. You don't need to understand anything. You just take the black text and you translate it into your language. Done. The problem you've got is when you start saying, okay, so this procedurally builds up between string 1, string 2, string 3, and people will... You're reducing the number of people who can actually translate it, but to about 5%. Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't. So the thing is, it depends whether or not if it's a unique string or a string that's used elsewhere. That's definitely part of it. I see what you're saying. To be honest, it's really a question: is it that important? Probably not. Right, this is what I mean. So you're talking about umlauts and things, right? So if I do right, so if you've got this word in German and this word, right? Now I believe this one you need to have the one with the umlaut, right? Right. So, right, in English, okay, to my eyes, they look no different at all. They're the same thing, right? My point has always been, right, if you're German and you see this word here, are you going to be like, whoa, what's that word? It's complete gibberish. It's like someone's gone, blah. No, you'll be like, oh, it's super, but should be having umlaut. Like, there may be situations where you've got, like, I don't know, I can't think of it. You've got, like, flurp, and then you have, which means washing machine, and then you have a word flurp, which means automated missile. That might be a situation where you've got, like, those mix and matching words, but most of the time, you should be able to work out through context what I meant. I hope. It's the same thing this one. I mean, you're totally correct. You're totally correct. So you're saying, for those who watch it, so you're saying that we've got hilly. I don't know what the Finnish word for extractor is, so let's just translate that one. Because you're saying it should say hilly lauhin. And translate to Finnish. Linko. So it will translate as hilly linko, and you're saying it should be hilly lauhin. Are you telling me that is complete and total nonsense and people will stare at it going, the game's just had a stroke, call an ambulance? Or is it like, that's a bit silly, but it's understandable? I'm hoping with everything it's in the silly, maybe a bit silly, but you know, it's understandable and people are going to go, that's not very well translated. Like, I've been playing a game, I've forgotten the name of it now, Endless Frontier, and it's blatantly not native English. It'll say things like, this unit can ignore the skill which makes mid-air units ignore themselves, and you're like, what? So yeah. So it should be no extract linko, or do you mean a tuletsimuri? So does that work better for you? Yay, Finnish for you. Oh, thanks. What is with this page margin stuff? Page margins are when printers couldn't print stuff out properly. It's not really an issue anymore. Yeah, but let's say hilly tuletsim tu. You don't have very many letters in Finnish, do you? T-U-T-U-L-U-T-L-U. My point is, do you read that and going, I have no idea what this is talking about, that might as well have just done a big shit on the keyboard, or are you like... But yeah, that's what you've got. Linko, Puristin, Tuletin, Tuletsimuru. A Tuletin is a fan ventilator extractor. I mean, really, it's Linko because that's a centrifuge. I think it's not a correct term. It's more of a minor. Really, it should be minor, which is either KV-osmis, manare, or KV-ostili. Really, so if I say to you, in the context of FortressCraft, a copper ventilation fan is having issues, you're going to go, nope, no idea what it's talking about. Can't possibly work it out. Of course you can. Yes, there are. Don't forget, or drill then. I mean, it doesn't have to be the word extractor. The word drill would probably work better. In English, extractor, it's kind of correct, but it's not a real thing. There's no such thing as a copper ore extractor. Something that extracts stuff is an extractor, but like there's no such thing as something that extracts ore from stuff. Critical research laboratories, but yeah, in the majority of cases, thankfully, we don't have concatenated strings. I mean, it's something I said from the very beginning: is concatenated strings are, it's not something that works cross language. It just doesn't work, and I'm well aware of this, and that is something I will bear in mind for future games. Yeah, I mean, Schalke, a miner, a mining machine, a drill, a digger, there are plenty of words that you could use. And obviously, depending on your language, you may have to, when translating it, use a word that fits better. It's just that in English, extractor is... extractor is something that performs the verb to extract. That's it. That's the entire thing. It's not a real thing. You could have a juice extractor or an air extractor or, a water extractor or a cat extractor. I don't know. There's no such thing as a cat extractor, obviously, but it means that you've got the situation where you can deduce what it's talking about. I wonder how many lines that we do end up with in the end in this. It's a bit hard to say, it's all double spaced now, but it's about 2,500 lines of language, and I don't even want to think how many lines of... Actually, I can just do... Oh no, I can't, because that's... Yeah, I can't work out lines there. Look in current document. 2,540 lines of just in this one, just so far. Sorry, guys. If you have been helping, I do appreciate it, and hopefully a few of you have learned a bit. Like I said, it's been interesting watching the discussions in the translation channel. because some people have been saying, you know, like, I think it was Finnish, but like energy and power in English are more or less interchangeable, but in Finnish, I'm not going to give you an exact example, but it's like power might only refer to electricity, whereas energy might only refer to like how like a person's like personal energy at doing something. So you've got these sort of language differences that become very tricky. I'm afraid I've probably more or less completely interchangeably used power and energy, because in English, yeah, I know power is what volts, and energy is what, I don't know. Technically it's correct, but it's okay because colloquially you understand what it is. I've no doubt I haven't made some typos here. I'm sure some of the missions won't work. Oops. As one of the other things is it's kind of quite of a pain of the requirements, because you need someone who's a native speaker of the language. That's a bit tricky. You then not just need someone who can just speak the language, someone who's good at the language. I mean, someone who understands the difference between a verb and an adverb, and understands things like tense, punctuation, all those things. And then on top of that, you also need someone who also understands the game as well, like very well. And all of these things become quite tricky to find someone who fits all of these requirements. So thank you to everyone who has been helping. I will need to get everybody's name so we can make sure that you're all credited. Not that we have proper credits, but certainly a thanks thing somewhere. I don't know where, but definitely somewhere. But yeah, as you're saying, Jack, with some things that we might just have to sort of work around them, I'm afraid. I do at some point need to persuade people about Spider Bro. I don't know what to do. I still see a lot of people just going, no, I don't want that. Like, it does say critical, no, I'm not doing it. And then people just end up with the mission stuck there endlessly. This one. Yeah, I'm so tired of it. It's now up to critical, which I think is the highest priority. And it's just so annoying. I know what I mean is people don't build Spider Bro. They don't build the base. And then they complain about it's a message. I'm like, just build the base and don't use it then. Just thinking if there's anything I can do here. Yeah, I mean, with the Spiderbot, you don't need to call it Spiderbot. You could obviously come up with your own name for it, you know, Arachnum Mech or whatever. Doesn't matter. Obviously, with Arthur, because someone said, try reading him Arthur. Like, no, Arthur is an acronym. Yeah, but it's just Arthur. It's always in caps. It's that straightforward. It's not a boy's name. It's my point is it's not. It is a term. It doesn't have to be translated into a localized male name. Oh, my music stopped. Anybody else bored? I'm bored. And the blasters. Yeah, but it's also supposed to be a name, Schalke. That's like it would need to be an acronym and a name. But then the problem is, right, if you start translating Arthur into different languages, it becomes impossible to Google it. And that is something that I think somebody who's French did say. It becomes very difficult if you don't have the English version of it, or you don't know the English version of it, because it's very, very, very hard to go searching for things. Okay, cannons. But yeah, I'm shocked. I'm just saying it's one of the sort of risks that we take when we start translating stuff, is it becomes even harder to find information on about it. I did surprise me, by the way, how entitled gamers are about like wikis for their game. Like, I mean, I Google and I kind of hope there's something, but I would then never go, right, oh, this game is shit, I can't even find, you know, the wiki's out of date. Why are the devs not keeping the wiki up to date? It's like, because that's your job as a community member. That's your job. Like, I'm sure larger games companies do have someone to take care of the community stuff. But to expect an indie game to like write the game and the handbook and the wiki, fuck off. At least I will never have to do this again. I'm not sure if I'll be streaming Tactics Forever tomorrow. I will definitely be streaming it on Friday. We'll see. I've got a couple of things on at the minute. I need to sort it out. Add a get string. overall, I do think that the mission system has done more good than harm. Okay, Todd, if I just say this out loud, there's a game out, Todd, called Cats. I assume you're still on stream. So there's a game called Cats out, right? And that game is basically Tactics Forever, only it's shit. But the presentation is lovely. It's worth grabbing it. Just play it for an hour or so. And have a look at some of the so there. It's sadly the game itself is just it's way too focused. Oh, you are good. It's way too focused on progressing and PvP, and I lost interest very quickly. But it's pretty much Tactics Forever. It's got some. I didn't say it's got some good stuff. Presentation is nice though. One thing Tactics Forever does very badly right now is the ladder screen telling you where you are, telling you how you're doing, how long left, and all of that. Like the fight stuff's pretty good. But yeah, we need to sort of work on that. Holy shit, you're brilliant. Putang, new nemesis. You know, that sort of presentation stuff. You see my enthusiasm for UI, but yeah. But yeah, it's just called cat c.a.t.s. I think it's on Android. Actually, I'll just have a look. Like, imagine taking Tactics Forever and just dumbing it down to the most dumb level of game you could possibly do. Yeah, well, unfortunately, Todd, this can't. I'm not talking about UI, I'm talking about presentation here. But you get the idea. I mean, it's Tactics Forever. It's just, but shit. Oh god, did you really have to have... It's got more text than game there. Here, I mean, look at that screen. Good lord, that's just a clusterfuck of what's... These are the crates they've got unlocking. But the actual, like, da fight and stuff's all quite nice. It's like things... I mean, that's very nice. So when it pans in, like, the editor is awful, so ignore that entirely. But more like the presentation here. It's mostly because the games are similar to ours, rather than because it's like a great example of presentation or anything like that. And then when you please, you know, you've got all these sort of things here, which are very good to start with, and you rapidly like just show me everything. It's probably worth a brief look. Don't think this guy's taking part of the tourneys, is he? But yeah, that's something we do need to work on, is the presentation of how we explain to the user how he's doing. That is very important. I think we're actually getting there on the in-game stuff now. That's certainly coming there. And I've got a meeting with Microsoft. When am I travelling up? Is it Monday, I think? I think I'm travelling up there Monday. It is. So I'm travelling up to see Microsoft Monday, and I'm coming back here Tuesday, and then hopefully I'm out Tuesday evening with a bit of luck. Possibly. I'm not that fussed about that though. It's more about, but here's a fight. Okay, yeah, cool. Let's do this. Let's go there, do that. It's those things. Anyway, I'll be back in just a moment, so leave a look at that exciting screen. Where's the mini box? Oops. Oops, it was nearby for the tops one. And then okay, organic surface rock, critical research resin handling. Settings dot get string. Told you this was boring, and everyone's like, "Oh, do a stream, do a stream." And I'm like, "It'll be boring." You're like, "Do a stream, do a stream." So I'm doing a stream, and guess what? It's boring. Oops. Fit a suit heater. Precision got get string. Traverse the coal caverns. Okay, that is actually just mission underscore that. Mission underscore that. Persistent settings dot get string. Yeah, see the problem is I'm now about 3/4 way through this file. The problem is all of the strings at the bottom half. So this is slower going. Well, I was going to change the cargo lifts, wasn't I? What files? I haven't really touched the handbook in a long time. It's really been, that really is a community thing more than anything else. So. Hey, kitty. My kitty's big annoying. Creative UI still under works. If anybody used Creative, yes, I would. Unfortunately, whilst it's very powerful, people just prefer Minecraft and then a mod to do it for you, really. But yeah, I doubt it's going to change anytime soon. Like I said, there was this massive contingent of people using creative stuff, then yeah, sure, I would totally. But like every time I talk about it, someone's like, "Oh, you broke the UI entirely in the last patch." Oh wait, but you're the first person to notice, you know. My kitty, my kitty, my kitty, go away, go away. You don't want to come on my lap? It's not a lap day today, Cepheus. Well, yeah, Schalke, well, let's assume it is going to change one day. The same thing with the this recipe removed in the next patch stuff and things. Dylan, because creative mode and survival mode. Okay, I'm gonna say this once and then we'll move on. Because creative mode is not a cheat version of survival mode. That is why. It is a completely different game mode. It has virtually nothing in common. It has creative. It has it has detail blocks. It has completely different biome generation. It has completely different simulation. It has completely different goals, engine, everything. And that is why it doesn't work. The problem is that a lot of games go, here's a creative mode, and it's just infinite build survival with no, like, yeah, but that's not. I have a lot of people who've said to me, "Oh, I just want to build infinitely." I'm like, well, then that's not the game. I don't really have any support for that. Now, creative mode does let you build everything you like, but there's no guarantee it will work. No, there's no goal in it at all. There's no goal. Hence creative. That's the point of creative. It had a goal. Well, that doesn't make any sense. I wonder if I should change this one. Because I have a lot of people ask me, what does improve Falcor network mean? And I kind of want to say, ideally, many items detected on the floor you should have a better yeah. They do kind of work. They don't work necessarily perfectly, but they do more or less work. Important. Yeah, I can't think of a way to generate the just specify a better string on that one. I'm so bored of this. Sorry, Shaka, what? It's not a Nick World thing? If you're talking about the Falcor stuff, the problem is, no, it is, it doesn't matter. It's related to how many live items are there. Basically, it's got to the point where I'm really beginning to sort of say to the user, that's a lot of items lying around. Okay, bracket there. I think what happens is there is a time-based thing, so a lower spec computer will show the message sooner. I'm going to check that. So look. It should be a lot lower than that. Alright, yeah, it kicks off the mission Falcor at 150. I don't know what to do on that one. Probably something like 100. Yeah, I don't know at what point that was. Maybe 75, something like that. Or maybe that could, maybe what I could do is, if it's more than 500, we'll say improve Falcor network, and if the last item MS is greater than, let's say 75, we'll say mission many items many items on the ground. Falcors. I wonder if I should actually do slightly where that might spaff missions. And that's optional. Now that should be alright, actually. You might see both. Would you see both? You shouldn't see both. I'm just eating, hold on. Will it ever reject simulating items? I don't know what you mean. If simulating items takes 700 per second, oh, it starts to fill up the LFGP. You basically 75 milliseconds is slow, but not in the critical zone. It's in the you should really fix it sort of thing. It's a shame because from a gameplay point of view, I don't care. Not making a difference to what you've got lying around the ground. But from a performance point of view, it's pretty important, unfortunately. And that's really the sort of the quite amusing issue with this is I need to say to the player, hey, you've got performance issues, and I'm trying to get you to solve them. If you could, thanks. And they're probably all like, lol, whatever. Actually, they're always like, lol, whatever. Some point I should probably try and work out because loving the tacos. Now what did he do? He called in a orbital strike and then destroyed it when it was still on the path. But I think he may have been a network client. Shalka, I think you underestimate the enormous amount of CPU time required to do things like that. Yes, in theory, a segment could say, hold on, can I update this 1 copper ore to a 2 copper ore, etc. But yeah, a item collapser would be quite a good idea. Over my... No, hold on. Mine's left to destroy. overminds plus a space plus overminds left to destroy. Get string. Charge orbital energy transmitter. I'm not going to look at it today because so far only one person has ever managed to be this idiotic. I mean, sorry, Love and Tech, if you're watching. Only one person has ever managed to find this creative method of breaking the game. So I'm not too worried about it. Oh, whoops. Terraform the cold cavern. Oh good, but oh thank fuck for that. Let's see if it compiles. And then if it runs, and then we'll just see where we are. Oh. Just waiting for Unity to start responding. Hey, no. Okay, suggested guide is a key duplication. Come on, there we go. It is. Why is the handbook also been duplicated? I don't understand. What? That's something's duplicated a bunch of things here. And what you said is you also said there is a tag resource. So you want Fiona, can I just check this, by the way? You'd like languages, then you'd like resource. Is that correct? Instead of languages, English. Because it's very easy for me to change, because I've separated them into separate files, you see. Initially, the system, when I got it, was designed to support multiple things. But I think you wanted resources. So it would be languages, then resources. Yeah, it's pretty German though, apart from the word seed. So no language is tagged, just the tag resource. Man, there's still a lot of I don't know what that means. Brilliant. Zev hat Zuwinig Resaucer. I don't know why Resaucer is capital R, but it's working. Hoe zit de extrusenstructen met Shelleren Motorhuizen aus? Okay, so what you want then is, instead of English and languages, you just want resource. Which interestingly is whatever you're using should not have to support this. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Language data German. Like, that's not the point of XML. The point of XML entirely is that you can call things whatever you want. Opening containing folder. Testlang. Testlang. Language data is a language data. So I think that just needs to be resource. But we did have the word languages. Now, where does that come from? Now, where's that sat? No, Fanoia, there's not a convention. That's the point of X-Men, is you can have anything you like. I guess I could just see if that works. I'm not sure if it will, because I think it's expecting something embedded. My point is, whatever program you've got that is expecting it in a fixed name format, if it's a tool to let you translate stuff, should let you specify what that string is. Oh, brilliant. Hold on, let me paste that into Discord. It's probably hard resin, I don't know though. The specified language does not exist. English. Oh, set language. We're not using that, I don't think. See, we did have languages German. I don't understand where in this one, where we're looking at the word languages. It might just be that it supports anything. Like resource foo. But this should work. I'm looking for a document element called resource and then looping underneath one called resource. In let's try. Todd, let me commit. I don't think I've changed the anything, so you should be able to commit. I don't know what to do about the loading screen. I expect it's just an order thing. There, I've just done. Oh my god, 6,000 files. Holy shit. No, what the fuck? Tags. Okay. Oh. It's just going to take a little while to commit to. It's thousands of files and they're all tiny. No, that cool. Tomorrow's fine. This isn't a breaker, but yeah, being effective missions is also nice too because. I love this, right? The only way to get it is I have to click. No, is it actually dying on me? Is Unity actually just... Oh, look at you. Because normally we've got an outer tag called languages, which I can't see anywhere where we care about something called languages. We look for a document element called, it used to be called English or whatever, we now look for one called resource. Sure. Oh. But I can't see where it's in code. I'm like, hey, look inside here. I'm like, so we call set language. I mean, load the XML document. And then, yeah, it should. It should just work. Unity has literally just shat the bed. Just died on its fucking ass. Fuck you, Unity. This is another reason I get very tired of working on FortressCraft. Unity can barely cope with it anymore. Where was that dialogue? Great, I can't find that dialogue. Wonderful, it's there somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, there it is. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, it's still thinking about giving me access to actually doing something. Yeah, there we go. Fuck you. Okay. Oh, fuck. Come on, Unity. Back to life here. Back to life. It's still loading and just running like a dog. Right, so that's not working. That's fine. The specified language, English, does not exist in. I'm going to try just putting languages. I really don't know where that is being specified, but I'm going to embed resources within languages. and see whether or not that means that it works, and then try and work out what the fuck's going on. Yes, that works fine. But how the fuck is it getting something inside languages? I've never told it to. That just doesn't exist. I've said look for something called resource. Fine. Does it not? Could this be anything? Could this be just boob and slash boob? Could it be literally any string I like, and it goes whatever, and it just needs to but that doesn't make any sense. Why I have to stack them inside each other? Yeah, that's fine. So I need to have. Is it because I don't have the usual? I mean, usually because of course in an XML file you have. That's not what I clicked on. Like these aren't what's the term? Like correctly formatted XML files, because you should have this crap here, and I wonder if I need that. Like so. Running, not running, now exploded. Yeah, so I need to have what I don't know at this, but at this point I have no idea why I do anything. I can just do plates and slash plates, and then it works fine. It goes like, yep, I can load that. Yeah, so that works fine. Why? Why? I don't understand. It's just something to do with. So I'm looking here for a document element called resource in the XML, which is an XML doc. I will freely say I don't really do XML stuff. Parsing XML C#. Let's see what we can get out. How does one parse XML files? Okay, so am I doing this as a... That's something built in. Okay, C# XML document. The loaded, but am I not parsing the root element? Are you saying me that what I should actually be doing is XML dot like that or something? I don't know. Document element gets the root XML document. See, that's not really very helpful, is it? Huh? Oh, there we go. Dot outer, inner. See, I don't know. I've no idea. Absolutely none. I'm assuming I need to get at. Maybe it should just be that. I think if I do that, and then what happens, it will just parse whatever. It parses the root element, and doesn't really give a shit what's in it. Whereas what I was saying was, from the root element, locate me one called resources. I think. Find out if I'm right. Yeah, I selected the element, then I wanted to do everything inside that element. I thought. Oh, that's interesting. Yes, that does seem to have worked. Cool. There we go. Marvellous. Right, so that's changed the format a bit, so it's in line with whatever it is that you wanted. Yay. Okay. Well, that now looks like that. If you make it look like an NES, it probably won't work. Right, so I do have some missions to still add, to still do. They were called hollow conveyors. People are like, I don't see how you make one of those. Apparently I missed that one. I did. Apparently I missed a bunch. Oh, right, these... yes, because these are in different places. Oh, this one's going to be fun. Get string. Hello, Whiny. How are we doing? Did you want lunchtime food? I think that's fine. It's 2 o'clock. I will be back in a moment as someone, you, Mr. Whiny, thinks he needs to be fed, which is fair enough because it's kind of food time. So back in a moment, and I'm also going to get myself a drink while I'm there. Yes, see the other, I don't know if you can see, you probably just see ears at the minute. Yeah, alright. Back in a mo. Come on. Lunchtime. Come on. So let me give you a little weather update. It is absolutely pissing down here. And I'm so hot I've had to open the window and turn a fan on. It's just horrible. Am I using Unity? I'm using Unity because it's better. There's only one other option, let's be honest. The other option is Unreal. Unreal is nowhere near as good at cross-platform support as Unity. End of discussion. Also, and that's something that a lot of people seem to miss, Unreal does not use an industry standard language. Unreal uses Unreal script. And I think C# is coming for Unreal, but it's not here yet, I don't think. It might be, but there's no way I'm learning a bespoke language just for that. Fuck that. Cross-platform support for Unreal is just nowhere near as good. After that, there's no difference between them. You might as well just using the same operating system. And anyone tells you differently, it's wrong. Say I am on a number of sort of indie dev groups. The amount of people, top people going, which is about Unreal or Unity, and you're like, for you as a normal person, exactly the same. Forget it. You know, it won't be any different. Unity does have its foibles. Yes, I'm not saying that Unity is perfect. Overall, it's pretty good. I mean, ever so often, Todd will just say to me, "Fucking hell, can you imagine doing this shit in XNA?" And I'm like, "Oh God, I can't even begin to imagine doing that sort of stuff." You know. So overall, we are happy with it, despite some of its issues. It's got better over time. As soon as they've got mixed mode lighting in 5.6, well, there's another one out yet. It'll be nice. I just like the way they're like, why not try the new beta? No, how about you finish the last one? Oh, they've actually got 5.6.1 out. Ooh, has it oh, thank fuck for that. They fixed one thing. That's it. Oh my God. Jesus, they're still not released. They've not fixed the light mapper yet. Yeah, that's poor. Like, we've got 5.6.1, but like it doesn't. It's got a bunch of VR changes, but oh, cool! That was actually one I was suffering from. Yay! But yeah, it doesn't look like they've actually got anything. Anything else interesting? Fix it, I might. Okay, yeah. But yeah, sadly, no. Yeah, sadly, nothing that's critical. I'm essentially waiting on a number of Unity's more fancy pants features to get finished, because they're like, hey, we finished 5.6. Yeah, you did. Like, but like going, oh, we've shipped your car. We'll give the engine and the wheels in the future. Like, they literally haven't shipped it with working light mapping. Like, that's nice, but not really something you can do. Place hoppers next to Osmonds. Well, it kinda works, but mostly doesn't. But Todd and I have got 3 or 4 games, and we've kind of just got to the bit where we'd like to sort of finish them up and polish them and polish them and polish them, but we can't because the light mapping doesn't work. It almost works, or it doesn't quite. That's not true. It doesn't almost work. It literally doesn't perform mixed mode lighting yet. But when it does, it will be great. Oh, and you can't light big scenes because it just runs out of RAM, which is rate. Oh, 68. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. No, Arvanis. I mean, it needs to do paging on the generation, but currently it allocates several hundred gigabytes of RAM instead of doing it in chunks. It just doesn't work. And they're like, oh yeah, we'll fix it, but you can only light small scenes for now. Like, what the hell? No, like a RAM disk, like an inverted RAM disk. You possibly could. Anyway, it's not. It's slow enough as it is, let alone making it much slower. Minecart derailed. Yeah, Tad. Todd has got to work out how we can make it say Tactics Forever. Should say FortressCraft though. But let's change that one. I think on I think it's Tactics Forever on FortressCraft 2011. Yeah, kinda. Oh yeah, I forgot I'm using cards. Anyway. Okay. No, battleships. Battleships. I don't know what it is. Battleships Forever is the close. It's what happens if I type in Tactics Forever. It converts it to something called Battleships Forever, which is I think slightly similar. Yeah. Imagine Tactics Forever, but really boring. No intercollision. No camera movement. No anything. Like, we're going to have stuff like these little laser rays and things, but this is just boring. I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, I was initially Gratuitous Space Battles. I was inspired by a game called Gratuitous Space Battles. But it's just like boring and shit. Like 2 minutes, right? They haven't started. They're still tweaking and tweaking and tweaking. And this is the actual game. And I heard it described to me, and I was like, "Holy shit, that sounds great!" And then I actually saw it, and I went, "Oh, it's a bit crap, really." Like, it's just underwhelming, unexciting. But like, it's just in a great number of ways, it is Tactics Forever, but without any sort of this is awesome. It's just spaceships flying up to each other and then stopping dead. At some point, I do need to have another look at this. I need to see if there's anything I can. Take away from this, but mostly it's just a good idea, just a very boring presentation. Right. I like the ideas. I mean, I like the ideas of the MIRV weapons there, and it's got a lot of missiles. So, sure, but it's not very exciting. And too complicated. Way too complicated a game. I mean, someone described it to me and I was like, "Oh my god, that sounds brilliant!" And I played it and went, "Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's not very good, is it?" Like, it's one of those games. It's a bit like Kerbal or Starbound. You describe it and you're like, "Holy shit, that sounds great!" And you play it going, "It's not very good." So I already had an engine at that point. So I repurposed the Mothership Further engine to Tactics Forever. And one day I would really like to revisit Mothership Forever. It was so much fun. Oops. Yeah, all plus the space plus number of PTGs plus space plus But my goal with Tactics Forever, very, very much, is to try and capture the market that liked gratuitous space battles in principle, but found the game massively overcomplicated, boring, and tedious. Think of it as a very chavved up version of gratuitous space battles, and you're kind of there. Like, Did I have it on Steam? I think I did. I played it so little. Library games, scratch. Oh. I wonder why I had gratuitous space battles then. What if I bought it? Like, what if it wasn't on Steam? I'm sure it was on Steam, wasn't it? I always click on featured because it's just easier. Gratuitous space battles. Yeah, I don't seem to own it. Yeah, odd. Jesus. That's a lot of DLC. But yeah, I mean, if you just look at them, it's just like, I don't really want to design my own ships like this. Just looks like a lot of effort rather than a lot of fun. And I think Gratuitous Space Battles 2, I think, went 3D. I also noticed it's a lot cheaper than Gratuitous Space Battles 1. But I think this is 3D, and I think it suffers from, yeah, mostly negative reviews. Wow, look, just what the fuck is that shit? Like the lasers, those lasers are cool. I like the lasers. They've got some cool lasers, and we'll be doing cool lasers. Don't worry. But this stuff, this ship design, it's too complex. It takes too long. It's too much effort, and you just end up pulling stuff off of. And you can just see here. I mean, it kind of steps over being chaotic and cool, and just steps into chaotic and a mess. Like I don't know what's going on. Curious to read the reviews though, because I mean this is our biggest competitor. I mean absolutely, this is the. But yeah, like that. That's not chaotically awesome. It's just what's going on here. That's something we need to. I wonder why the reviews are so poor. Oh, abandoned it. Broken, abandoned, campaign's broken, not as good as the first one, not as good as the first one, not as good as the first one, very buggy, okay. What is it by? Positech, what else they got? Sort by release date. Oh right, yeah, so he dropped it like a thing and then went on to do Democracy 3. Now, to be fair, if I stopped doing FortressCraft today, I'd get, oh, this game's abandoned, oh, it's really buggy. Yeah, you know, the moment that happens. So, but yeah, those reviews are pretty damning. Shame. As I say, I liked the idea of gratuitous space battles, just the implementation was awful. Holy shit, sir, is Spaz 2 still not out? I loved Spaz 1. It had some serious problems, but I did like it. 71 hours, that's a lot of hours, but is Spaz 2 still not out? Oh, it is out, like 15 quid. Yeah, it's come out. But yeah, this is the one that's 3D, and I was like, nah, not interested. Right, when I saw what they'd done to it, and I was like, yeah. No, it is out. It's totally out. Like this here. Yeah. I really like Spaz. I really did play Spaz a whole bunch. I'll probably have to have a look at it because it is to a degree a competitor. Well, of course it's out. This is what gets me. People are like, oh, it's not out yet. Oh, you can buy it and play it, but it's not out. Right, okay. I quite like the ships tilting. That does look quite cool. Oh, does it not? Does that not work? Oh, yeah. Wow, they really are broken, aren't they? Huh. Yeah, okay, my videos don't look like that. How strange. But yeah, it's out. You can give them 15 quid and you get a game. That's out. But yeah, I should probably look at that professionally to see, because again, a competitor. There's much more of a single player game. I noticed, yeah, all the screenshots look nothing like the trailer. Like there, that's the view camera I would expect, and then you've got a few like beauty shots. Now I noticed these guys are doing what Valve said you must not do. No HUD, no HUD, no HUD. That's horrible. Anyway, you're not allowed to take doctored photos of your game anymore. They've specifically said stop taking photos with no HUD on them, because that's not what the game looks like. So you can do beautiful shots. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I like that. I don't know what the fuck that's about. But yeah, I will probably look at Spaz at some point. Reviews good? Oh, it only just came out. Oh, no. Wait. Sironin. Okay, right, dude. It's been in early access a year. A year. Wow. Let's, yeah, Vanis, you're not supposed to do that. As I said, they don't like it. Wow, no, it had a hell of a peak. Look at that. Push. And then... yeah, but Sironin, we were in early access a year, but we made insane changes and modifications to the game. Like, absolutely, holy shit. Radical and major improvements. I did poke at Spaz earlier, and I'm fairly sure they didn't. The difference is, they shot their load there, and I guess they had a patch in there, that's it. FortressCraft has outnumbered them the entire time. Yes, Arvanis. I mean, but you say it's not... it's something Valve don't like you doing. I mean, I always do. I mean, the moment I see a picture of a game, right, and I don't see a HUD, I'm like, right, bullshit. The moment you see it, like, I don't see why anybody would be fooled for it anymore. Well, I do, because people are stupid. Okay. Well, I don't think we're not doing too badly. I mean, that's the thing. You always get a constant downward line. Whether you go into a sale or a patch comes out. But I mean, it's good to compare it against others. I mean, that's a good comparison. They obviously had some sort of major patch or something, because they went from almost no one playing to quite a lot, and then don't know what happened there. Again, when you see a spike like that together, that's possibly when the new discovery system went in. And you can see those peaks are going to be Saturday peaks. Saturday. Well, Tad, I'm afraid that with all of the cool stuff, I'm definitely into diminishing returns. I keep on adding more and more stuff, and I just get very little response, sadly. I think to a great degree,
what I could do with is not doing any more development on the game, but to market it, because it's been interesting. Because I mean, something I've touched on before. I don't think our issue really is the game. I think our issue is knowing about the game. No, it needs to be controversial enough to make it out of the FortressCraft sphere. It needs to make it out into other people talking about it.
And we don't really have
anything like that.
Well, as time goes on, every time I come back to FortressCraft,
I look at it and go, oh, that's cool. And I genuinely do feel at times that releasing a sequel to the game that isn't a sequel in the sense of we're starting again, but a sense of all previous development has stopped and all future development is on this new game, and releasing it as a game with all DLC sort of built in is not a terrible idea.
The game, I think, has grown a huge amount of
since release, and I think a vast number of people don't notice that. I think the largest number of people have bought the game
Yeah, well, the thing about that, I've honest, is, I mean, I would need to do it for money.
I don't know. It's just something I've been thinking of.
Just, I don't really have a definite plan or nothing like that.
It's something you say, well, there's no rush on that one, but it's once I decide that FortressCraft is no more, there may be an opportunity for not releasing any more work on it, but continue to work on it, and after a while, a week, a month, a year, go to, here's the sequel. Now, again, the important thing is, the sequel would be mine. I wouldn't be part of a publisher. And there is a great deal of money that I don't see because of that. But we'll see. We shall see. But if I could get every single person who has played the game previously to look at it and go, wow, that's great. Oh, yeah. That would be cool. A lot of people, obviously, they'll... store page. A lot of people, myself one of them, I know, they'll just run the game and I'll come on Steam. And they'll stop using Steam forever. Wow, is that? Okay, I'll let that load up in the background then. No, Ivanius, again, we've had... How many is it? Okay. Right, let's touch on these things. So what I would do, you see... Wow, fuck you, and fuck you. Whoever the fuck you four are. Right. I would look at a couple of things, you see. I would start off by looking at the release date. And then I'd be like, okay. 18 months old. I would probably look at the average playtime. That's pretty awesome. 26 hours is very good. 2,500 unique players in the last 2 weeks. Now, we've just slightly broken 100,000 users. Okay. Now, my point is, Ivan, is that of that 100,000 people, I'll ask you, I won't guess, what percentage do you think have seen the new landscape? What percentage do you think know that the new landscape even exists? And what percentage do you think have actually restarted a new world with the new landscape? You answer that question. I'm going to pop and grab a drink. So, Ivanius, if I were to release FortressCraft 2, and if I was just to basically take FortressCraft off the store, or not, either way, okay, and I were to simply say this is FortressCraft 2, how many people, like what percentage of people do you think would even realise then that this was the same with FortressCraft 1? So if I literally re-released FortressCraft 2 and I didn't do anything, I just called it FortressCraft 2 and I didn't change anything, what percentage of crossover is there? And I think the answer is very, very, very low. And this has always been something I've thought about. It's simply just to go, right, stopping FortressCraft 1, starting FortressCraft 2, and very few people will realise that it's the same thing. And then obviously all the work becomes on FortressCraft 2. Well, and the thing is, hold on, let me try and, what I'm saying is, FortressCraft came out of early access, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, right? And I reckon at about this point, let's say that's February, as you said, let's say that's the point there where I put in the new landscape. I reckon that was a sequel at that point. So what I'm saying is, release the sequel, and then start the sequel here. It's just, it's a, again, expansion packs only get you so far. So running a Game of the Year edition would require, that would have to be with the same publisher, I believe. What's wrong with the turbine, by the way? I'm not arguing with you, I'm just curious what you don't like about the turbine. Assets, resources. No, it's going to be somewhere else now. It is a 1024 by 1024. Doesn't help, I can't bloody well read it. I can't, open with GIMP. New layout. It's very dark. Maybe that needs to be like a mid-grey or something. Oh, 50? Why would you do the numbers from between 1 and 100? Why would anybody ever do that? Oh, I've edited the wrong field, that'll be why. Yeah, it's not brilliantly mapped, is it? What warning are you talking about, though, Tad?
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, if it was going to be a sequel, it would definitely be with all the DLC collapsed into the base game. It will be a $25 game. Absolutely. Maybe it's just like I've been thinking of. It's essentially at some point stopping FortressCraft, doing something else for a little while, and then to sort of progress from there. But it would be sort of 6 months. And again, the thing is, most people who've played FortressCraft stopped playing it a very, very long time ago. Oh, no, I think it's a bit late. But yeah, I don't. I funny thing. Andy's could probably do with a higher resolution one. Anyway. Oh, excuse me. I do apologise.
Well, no, I mean, FortressCraft 2 would ship the translation, but I mean, I'm suggesting something like
Ship a FortressCraft 2 in
beginning of 2018.
incorporate the Toxic expansion directly into that, incorporate all of the current expansions into it, and it's, honestly, by that point, people will have forgotten that FortressCraft existed.
So some people will go, well, hold on a minute, this is basically the same game. And I'm like, yeah, only it's had 6 months of work in it. No, I think the translation stuff will be alright. It might be a
Tad wobbly in other languages, but I don't think it's going to be massively. I do kind of feel, though, to a degree, I'm probably going to run into the same issue that what's that game called? Astroneer, is that when I add something now, I now need to add it in like 9 languages. Yeah, unfortunately, the Adventures Pack and all that, they're already linked in with the current thing. I'm more talking about finishing this, releasing the Game of the Year edition, and then saying, right, I'm working on the sequel, and then saying that the sequel is essentially... let me draw you the diagram. Here's the game, here's FortressCraft, here is developedness, blah 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 blah. Actually, let's do it a bit more. So, FortressCraft developedness, blah 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 blah, done. Okay, let's say that is 3 months' time. There. Okay? And then what I'm saying is at the beginning of next, and then I will continue to do some work, and then at the beginning of next year saying, here's the sequel. And obviously everyone who's currently an owner has already got all this
content here. They've already got all the expansion packs, they can play it, blah, 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 blah. But this stuff here, as I said, I don't have to share it with the publisher. And it means that all the people who got the game, I don't know, like 3 years ago, and they've gone, nah, I don't really like it. It looks too much like FortressCraft. Oh, there's snow everywhere. Those people, those sort of people, will go, wow, this looks great. Oh, it looks a bit like No Man's Sky, but blocky. Cool. And that would be obviously much, much, much better. So I suspect if I released the same game again, pretend that FortressCraft 1 never existed, it would go down much better. I genuinely do. Just simply because of the fact that it's had so much added to it. You know, tutorials, intro sequence, all of those lovely, lovely, lovely new world textures. So much has been added and changed with the game since then. It is a different game. I've just been really nice and gone, hey guys, you can have it for you can have this thing for free. You can have that thing for free. Because I was nice like that. Yeah, I mean, FortressCraft 2 would be at the beginning would be whatever FortressCraft 1 happens to be at that point. And that means, I mean, again, we're talking about how long's FortressCraft 1 been going? At least 2 years out of early access, let alone in early access. That said, all of this is quite theoretical, because at this point we do also have the other thing. The Adventures Pack is a long way from being released. Yeah, FortressCraft Rebirth would be an excellent name for it, in fact, and I shall note that one down. Actually, we've got some new WASP types and things. My point is, think of everything from today onwards that you get as early access, free preview of FortressCraft 2. Think of it like that. EA sequel preview. So, when we did Burnout 3, the initial idea was that we would take Burnout 2 and we would change a very small amount and we'd use the same engine. What actually happened is we ended up basically rewriting the entire game from scratch. And we had an interesting... what's the word? An interesting conundrum. Because if we did the game that's basically the same, all reviews are like, oh, this is basically the same game. And if we did something different, they go, oh, it's not like the first one. You literally can't win. All that will happen is if you make it similar, people whine that it's not different enough. I've seen complaints about the Lego games saying, oh, they're all the same. I'm like, yeah, and they're brilliant. Like, I like Black Forest Gatto. If you take Black Forest Gatto and you put... I can't think of a good example, but let's say orange instead of strawberry, it's still great. It's a little bit different, but it's still great. And you can't go, oh, it's just a bit too close to... Although, it's a bit too close to something else I like. But anyway, it's something that I've been thinking of. It's FortressCraft. If it wasn't for the publisher, I would be making quite a lot more money for the same amount of effort. I mean quite a large amount. And eventually people do lose interest in games. They want sequels. Now the the DLC helps a bit. But it's very rare that a game comes out with DLC that makes people going, wow, that game I used to play, I don't play anymore. Cool, DLC, I'm going to go back and play it. That's quite unusual. A sequel, on the other hand, now if I knew about season passes, or if they exist, not season passes, they're called seasons, sorry. So Elite basically talked with Steam, and they got what's called a season pass. No, a season. So what happens there is you pay, like, let's say $10 a year. Okay, so the game's development looks like this. The game development is this much developed here and this much developed here. And every 6 months a new season starts. So those lines represent every 6 months. So if you don't opt into the season, what happens is you continue to play at this level and you don't get access to new patches. You just continue to play here. So this means, essentially, what you're doing is you're paying for large content patches. Yeah, the thing is, Tad, these didn't exist when I started doing FortressCraft. If they'd existed, I would have been like, yes, that is our model. Absolutely, that's our model. So I don't release DLC. I just say every 6 months, here's something cool, and you don't get it. Oh, I should get it. I still see that. Oh, I should get it for free. Well, I should get a fucking Ferrari for free, and I'm still waiting, so whatever. I have to put a comment on that one. Oh, hold on, let me just see why my fan is going brum, brum, brum. Much better. However, I suspect what we'll do is we'll release, I've got 3 games between now and the sequel, and I hope I've got enough money, so if all of those games make literally $0, I'm not going to be in massive, massive trouble. Crystal ore extractor offline. Get my glasses. Right. Is it possible to put DLCs into their own language files? It is, but I don't see why. Yeah, I think honestly the seasons idea works very well for rolling development. Then is the description, the correct term for it, is games as a service. That is the correct official term for this, and that's what I do. And unfortunately, with games as a service, that's fine. Only my service, I'm supplying it for free. With the exception of patrons who obviously are really been very, very helpful been keeping it going. And that also means that it's kind of what I did with the DLC. I don't. That's fine. I haven't received a. I haven't received a royalty statement since March. March. April's one. Yeah, I realised I haven't had sales reports in a couple of months. Wow, yeah, so this game first hit 4 years ago, 4.5 years ago. Wow. Can anyone remember what I said? I said it would have to sell a certain number of units, not in a sale, to warrant another expansion. Does anyone remember what I said? Flex, whilst you are correct, they would have a fraction of people playing if Factorio charged per patch. The number would be larger than the loss. They'd make more money. They might have less players, they'd make more money. Elite does very, very well on the rolling development season stuff. To be honest, with Factorio, a lot of it is just them catching up to getting the game any good. Was it 5,000? You don't remember, do you? OE offline. Now, it surprised me that people were actually paying attention to Factorio because you really, really need to have mods to make it complicated enough. I thought it might have been 20,000. Okay. Yeah, Flex, great. So it's been out how long? And they finally got around to fixing it, is my point about not doing it as season stuff. But interesting to see, because of course the new patch came out, didn't it? And then they put a whole bunch of very quick patches out there, obviously. Screwed it up. Is that helping them? Yeah, seems to be good. It's obviously plummeting off. I need to give it a couple of weeks to see how it goes. Yeah, I mean the thing is about It was technically in alpha. No, it wasn't. No, no, no. Tad, that was one of my complaints about Factorio, is you were not forced to automate until cars. Everything else you could do by hand, and that was dumb. Still something FortressCraft suffers very heavily from. It amazes me still how Alpha, Beta, Gold, etc. get so unbelievably misused. They have extremely specific definitions, and you don't just get to say, oh, it's alpha, oh, it's pre-alpha. They have really specific things. People are allowed to whine at me about things wrong with the game, and on top of that one, I have to whine about converting the game into fucking foreign. We've just been discussing about where to take FortressCraft in the future, about when to stop, if we should stop, if I should release a sequel, lots of things. Tad, what do you mean, sorry? It has a hell of a time with pushing automation. What do you mean? Persistent settings like get string, mission or extractor offline. Oh, right, okay. This does support it. Yeah, but you can't. You literally can't do labs without automating. You literally can't. It's not possible. You can't make the research pods without automation. And yeah. In this case, yeah, we would just want to do extractor name. I'm not 100% sure this works, but it will. So in this case, we just print the extractor name. So it should support that. Entering clearing equals true. Arthur Pet survival dot extractor name. Cool. That's actually a patch note of proper, so we'll I appear to have been bamboozled by... That's the one. Clearing excavator mission now supports extractor. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't automate everything. I mean, no. You automate things you need a lot of. The problem is, when I put something in you need a lot of, people are like, oh, it takes too long to make it. Well, have more machines doing it. Oh, but I shouldn't have to. It's always the same response. It's every single time. I shouldn't have to. Well, you do. 30 BFLs for your Spiderbot and Laser Bore. plus persistent settings dot get string mission offline. A small child is jumping in puddles and his mother is unhappy. Your best FortressCraft doesn't force you to automate for everything, but it does force you to automate for the really important things. And I still see people who will go, oh, I need 4 copper. They'll just carry the copper over by hand. Like, please don't do that. Plus persistent settings dot get string minute short. That would be cool, Tad. That would be cool. But they're instants. You wouldn't see it move. Okay. What surprised me, actually, Alvanis, was that we didn't get more coverage purely on the wicked giant multiple machines. Honestly, I mean, Factorio has its strengths, Factorio has its weaknesses, fine. Nothing touches FortressCraft's machines. They're incredible. The giant machines are there's nothing like it. Settings get oopsie. Advanced machine block. I'm sure I've seen that one. Handbook, materials, advanced machine block. It's right there. For some reason, your version had it was named differently, but it's there. But it's not. It's got spaces in it. It was good fun playing this with Love and Tacos, though. It's a shame that he didn't have it kind of set up quite right, really. Think. Oh no, a couple more. No, well, deluxe. It depends what you mean. So the default settings are fine, but obviously I can't give you default settings for one player server and a 50-player server. Just doesn't make sense. You've got all the difficulty settings, you've got world generation, you've got lots and lots and lots of things. There's an ini file that specifies how you want your server set up. But there's obviously a huge amount of variance in the difficulties. The default, as Flex says, the default is for Greg mode. So the default is for a large number of players over a large period of time. But yeah, it's up to you. A lot of it depends how many players you're expecting and how much bandwidth you've got and how much CPU time you've got. So if you are if you're on like a 200 megabit connection, sure, no problems. Leave it. If you are, then you have a sort of a choice. You can improve the player experience by cranking the numbers up, but you'd need to reduce the maximum number of players. Or you can have a less good experience but more players. It's well, it's like setting up any other server. There's no perfect answer, I'm afraid. Alright, man. Yeah, just the port. It's just in one of the settings. Let's say from Enschede. But yeah, Rob Deluxe, that is, not Rob, other Rob. It's mostly about tuning your bandwidth and send rate with regards to the number of players you're expecting. The default parameters are set up for more or less 2 megabits per user. It will peak higher than that, but not for very long, and it will average lower than that, but it's set up for approximately, very approximately, 2 megabits per user. So if you want 50 players, you need 100 megabits. If you've got less than 50 players, then you can have less. So it's just tuning it. 2 megabits up from the server, yeah. So I can explain to you. So essentially what happens when a player moves into a new area, we have to send them the area. That area is approximately 80 megabytes. Sometimes less, sometimes more. Air segments are less. The game will get them that data by default as quickly as possible. Not quite, but you can make it faster. So it's a question of, well, it's just a question of like overlapping data windows and stuff. But if you keep running out of memory or bandwidth, you can tweak it down. But just be aware that it is very configurable. Ouch! Oh my God, sales are very low. Lowest sales since November 15. Ow, yeah. Board. Culture specific. Yeah, I don't know why it's going faster, Flex. I haven't changed it. Apparently it is. But yay! Oh, that one should also have been. Oh, where's my arrow? Oh dear.
Well, I fixed the sound stuff today. Sound should be much better today. Way better. Zio, I think you're on thing. No, I know that Eindhoven, sorry, Enschede is off in one end of Holland, so I knew it was a good place because that's right at the very, very end of Holland. So I just wanted to do from one end to the other. I don't know very many places in Holland. No, it wasn't Adventures Pack. I think it could have been 10,000. It could have been 20,000. But I did say in a sale. Unfortunately, not in a sale. I think most of them have been in a sale. Oh, can you dig them up even though the build orders are full? That's definitely a bug. Yeah, but that should be fixed today. That should be definitely improved because now it should error once and then break as opposed to just erroring continuously, and it will also break out much easier. Okay. Persistent settings. Get string. Plus space plus. No, Zaya, what they mean is when the build orders are full, the delete order doesn't get queued up. So you can dig something up and it just doesn't disappear. More torches. More torches for warmth. Yeah, I still would like to make the changes to lenses so lower tier lenses are a fixed boost in PPS. The idea is that then, like, a diamond disc gives you plus 10 PPS. It's a very useful beginning game. Right now, diamonds aren't very useful at all. Maybe I'll do that. What time is it? Maybe I'll see about poking that in later on today.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm also just chatting with Todd about the Tactics Forever trailer at the same time. I'm so bored of this. I am so bored. Persistent settings.get string. Just any of you who don't speak English, fuck you. Thankfully, none of you can understand me insulting you. Okay. Scans to process.
I don't think working day and night supposed to count the. I think that is supposed to be a. Let's look at that. There's at least one that I'm sure keeps resetting back. View global stats. Yeah, working day and night. Can you believe, by the way, that guy's written a negative review and keeps slagging us off? Holy shit, Element. But yeah, I think you're right, and I think it is broken. Oh, it shows the top 200 people. But you should be able to look at your stats and see what it's at. Personal. Where do I see my own stats? Achievement progress. Yeah, I've done 261,000 apparently. I have a funny feeling that one might be bugged, and you have to do it in one session, I think, but not always. Sometimes. I'm not sure. That's my guess. What? Uh-oh. Trying to work out what this does, because this looks like it says lab and then it doesn't seem to have anything, just has the word lab. Thank you, Tad. I appreciate your support, your company. Uh, 25,000 copies. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, all right. Let me just put something else there.
Okay, yeah. More strings. So many strings. It just kind of looks like it would just say. Ah, right, okay, yeah, right, gotcha. Right, that makes more sense. Plus persistent setting.get string finished research. Uh, Todd, if you just let me finish this, if it's still not working, I'll see, because there could be a bug. Deleting it should mean... I can't remember what place that's in it actually refers to. And if there's any situation where you can end up sitting there going, why is the game not going? We need to fix it. That's really important. Laboratory has... Persistent settings up get string report. So I mean about how much there is to do. I think mission. I'm looking at anything with that mission. Lab, yeah. Whoops. Persistent settings dot get string. Right, let's see if that compiles. I shall back in a moment. Oh, no. Couple of compilers. Right, back in a moment. Oh, you go back to sleep. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I didn't think so. No, one more compiler. That's going to save it. Come on, compile faster. Uh-oh, that's not working. Key duplication when adding. Yep. Come on, run. Excuse me, I was just doing some sneezing. Okay, ore extractors are offline. That's fine because that doesn't exist in the German one, so that's okay. Unknown. Wait, what? How's it doing it then? Jesus Christ, all of these, oh fucking hell. Where's that message coming from then? There. I'm not going to bother with the info text, I think, at the minute. Oh, I guess I... Arthur... Right. Sorry. Still, Todd is doing some work on the trailer for Tactics Forever. So that was just me messaging him. Oh god, there are so many in here. Kill me now. Alright, let's see what else jumps out at me. I hope people read these. The new fonts are much more readable though. So look in entire solution. No ore, no coal. Ah, see, I've got inactive PTGs, but not PTGs inactive. When I was telling people that I had to convert the game into English, you see, this is what I was talking about. Like, I had to translate the game from code to data-driven English. And this has been what's taking the time, not the actual support. It's just so slow and boring. What's the deal with Freon? It's supposed to be Freon, but Freon is a trademark term. Hush telephone. Okay, so we've got press K. Arthur. But yeah, Shaka, I was calling it Freon until I found out that Freon is a registered trademark. Ajax is just sitting in the middle of the floor looking at me. Baby, you were bed 2 hours ago. 2 hours. I think he might be a bit deaf in his right ear, because if I stand to his right and I make a squeaky noise, he looks left. The problem with duck cats, it's quite hard to determine if there's something wrong with them, or they just don't give a shit about what you're doing. Persistent settings up get strings, something PTG. And that should say, warning, no coal burned in the last minute. And this should say, warning. Bugs. And Todd, if you're using Fraps to record, you can use Fraps' rolling record function. Basically, press a button and it captures like the last 30 seconds. No, is it halocarbon? It's not a chlorofluorocarbon, because they're a lord, but it's that sort of thing. chlorofluorocarbons, that's it. No, it's freon. Freon is a real gas. It's freeze-on because I can't use it. And yeah, it's like it is the gas you get in fridges. It is like a refrigerant gas. It's a very good heat exchanging gas, but it's a specific copyrighted name. I looked. Sadly. Persistent settings, get string. I'll show you the key. You can tell if it's active because the recording is pink. You need to tick. Where is it? General movies. I think you just hold the button down, and then it goes pink. Let me get a Fraps window up. Oh, for fuck's sake, Unity, just run without crashing. Thank you. Okay, Todd, do you see the little thingamajig top left there showing the frame rate the game's running at, which is obviously 0 right now? If I hit record, it goes red. If you hold record, it goes pink. Now it's recording, okay? And what happens if I hit record again, if I tap record, it then starts to record and keeps the last 30 seconds recording, and then you press it again. So what you can do is you can do the rolling record so you don't end up with like shit tons of enormous videos, and then go, oh, that's a cool fight. Hit the re-record button, just tap it to start recording. It goes red, and when it's all over, press record again to stop, and then you hold record to go back to pink. Oh, fuck off. You get the idea. But it's quite a handy function because it means you can just basically leave it recording without running out of hard drive space. So I'm going to move these off. I've just done like 15 gigabytes of Fraps captures I don't want. Okay. Oh. Arthur No Cole. Fair enough. Also, that couldn't possibly have actually compiled. Get string Arthur no or plus persistent 7. Arthur Press. Okay. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. Come on! Cool. No new errors. Missing string. Use scanner to find copper ore. Okay. Looks alright. Mission. Oh, it can't find it in the. Mission new scanner aim to find copper ore. The specified string does not exist. Who's calling it? Line 281. Can't find that string. I wonder why not. Why not? Ah, wait, hold on. Found it. toys in fact. Oh wow. Yeah. Sales are interesting. So we were on sale last month, but not the month before, and we sold over twice as many copies, but only made slightly more money. It's interesting. Very interesting. Oh, sorry, I'm just doing something with something I can't show you. I'm sorry. Edit. Sorry, can't show you. Yes, for your near, I am. And then I'm bastardizing it because that's how I roll. Some D7 currently 46. So, just working out how much FortressCraft is actually sold for, on average, $1.82. Profit to projecting is $1.82 per sale. Fucking hell. So about this sequel plan. Interestingly, due to maths, DLC has probably made more money than the base game, so that's good. But Jesus Christ, $1.82 per sale, and that includes sales, bundles, taxes, blah 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 blah, all that shit. Yeah, and it's the thing, because the thing is, if you look at the game itself, you're like, wow, it sold 100,000 copies and it sells for $15. Wow, that's $1.5 million. Yeah, it's not. I mean, even if I sold $1 million, I've sold 1 million copies. That's what? Just short of $2 million before tax. So if I could just sell 20 times more copies than I'd sold, that wouldn't be bad. Yeah, sadly. Ain't gonna happen. cool. No errors. That's good. That's good. Right, I think I'm coming to the end of my motivation for the day. I think I'm going to make a build and shut it up. God, like there's just so much. There's just so much. Shush you. For Schalke, I called it Freeze-On because it sounds a bit like Freon, which is a real thing, and it's got the word freeze in it. You can call it cold. To be fair, it doesn't matter. The game explains to you what it does, but it was just purely because it sounds a bit like coldness. Again, don't overthink why I do things. Okay, so persistent settings. Come on, building now. Good, good, good. I'll build faster. Sorry. Arrakis, I can't. My point is more related to selling future games. Like, I have to obviously make decisions about, do I ever release another game? Do I decide to go and become a hermit or something? The point here is that FortressCraft looks like it's made a load of money. If you go, how much has it made? Oh, it's sold quite a lot of copies. Oh, wow, it's doing fine. I'm just sort of making clear to people that it's not. Yes, the Patreon has been amazing. Like, I wouldn't even be working on what I'm working on today if it wasn't for Patreon. I genuinely wouldn't. It's just simply doing the maths on how much money I've made, multiplied up by how many copies there, divided down by how many copies and so on, to work out after sales how much it's actually made. Because it's a very difficult thing to work out. So also for any of you who've ever been to Forbidden Planet, or anywhere else that sells collectible characters, Todd, this is definitely one for you. I don't even want to think that I can't even begin to imagine how much value was in that. Ouch. Those are between 200 and 800 pounds a go. Ouch. Yes, but neon is used. Neon might fit the chemical property, but nobody uses neon to cool things down. Neon is used in signs because it glows under electricity. Again, it's more about the feeling than being necessarily absolutely correct. But when it comes to gases, neon is used in lighting. You also, if you're going to be picky, you should also probably point out that neon does not have particulates. Not store. It's not. Okay, so translation branch is updated. Should hopefully have most of the Arthur stuff, and it should also have all of the missions, I hope. I'm gonna stop it there. So I can't face any more translation stuff today. Maybe tomorrow. It's not tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm not sure whether I'll be streaming. I haven't decided yet. But we will be streaming Tactics Forever on Friday, as we are wont to do so. So if you want to see what's going next on Tactics Forever, Friday is the place to be. Todd, I'm not going anywhere. I will be around, so feel free to poke me if you need anything. If you need anything specific done on Tactics. Otherwise, I'm going to work on. But yeah, thank you all for your
for your company today. It's been lovely. And I will see you all Friday if I don't see you before. Take care, guys.